Okay, we're back with more of the Forgotten City. Hopefully we'll finish it today. I think we have enough time blocked out for that to be pretty possible. I notes to myself last episode that I can sprint. If I need money, I have a key to go into the Villa of Malleolus, where I can get 2,000 gold. I can use that to save Ulpius. Malleolus is the one with the heterochromia that the assassin mentioned, and I can check out some breadcrumbs with the Y button. So I think I'm going to actually go prompt the assassin to spawn and see if I can accuse Malleolus and see what that causes. I also have a bunch of things to turn into Equitia, so I'll do that.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia.
It's still super quiet.
To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us.
We know if this gets
one way or another.
Super loud later. I know we had to mess with the audio last time.
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Who's allowed to vote?
All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course.
Can I vote?
Well, you're not a citizen yet. So, no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Harassing everybody in town.
By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
What's your role?
I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed.
Nominate another candidate?
You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination.
Start the election now?
As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if
Oh,
there's a
right,
good
because I'm guessing
reason.
dusk is after the resets.
As
Right,
you
I'll
wish.
keep that in mind that that's possible.
Certainly. Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've...
Talked to her about this before. Some people mentioned a coin.
Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else?
Memory lapses.
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else?
Encounter with a stranger on the riverbank.
Yes, I also had such an encounter. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here? And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood?
A hoodie?
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Oh, this is exciting. It's not safe in there. An assassin just arrived.
What? How could you know that? And why are you talking to me instead of doing something about it? Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
Okay, so that's a pretty clear breadcrumb. Go work on that. Just planning to go there anyway. So that's cool. So I'm guessing we only got that because of all of the other things we told her about. Such an interesting game. I don't actually know my way to the bathhouses. There's not a map, right? So I don't think there is. Should review these, but I'll do that after I reset one more time.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
You could say that. Oh, I could put a waypoint marker on it. Okay. Will be a common thread, right? Center. Neutralize the armored man.
Help! You have to... A man arrived in the bar. You have to do...
I'll get right to it.
Thank you. I have to hide.
Don't hide in the shrine. Do not go in
What?
there. Just trust me. I don't think it does. The point is just that she, you agreed that she had a hood. Alright, time to fail. Let's go. Give me a thing to mention Malleolus.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
He goes by Malleolus now.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Does that mean that he's gonna kill him in a second and then cause the golden rule to break? I assume so. I guess I should just follow him and see what happens. Gonna murder anybody else on his way? We tried talking to Equitia and having her meet me there while he's en route. I don't know if that's ultimately gonna work. This game is basically Outer Wilds, though. We get sucked into this place in ancient Rome where if anybody commits any sort of sin, the town gets destroyed. So it's like a perfect society where no one's allowed to do anything wrong. And I've been sucked back in time by a special ritual that the magistrate created to try to help him find the person who commits the sin. And every time the sin happens, he runs over to a little portal and recasts the spell, sending me back through the time loop like Outer Wilds. Y'all are just gonna let this guy walk right past? I guess that makes sense.
What now?
I'm here for Malleolus. Who might you be?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Then go through you, I shall.
It's real!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Who might you be?
The name's Domitius.
Well, let's go
You
to
wanna get to
Malleolus and get some more
Malleolus?
money real quick if we can. Hold on, guys. I just want to steal some more money for the next loop. It's fine. Find the staircase. Here we go. Chest in the room with Claudia. Stop it. Hey. All right. Perfect. Yeah, right? Makes perfect sense. This way. You gotta turn into gold. Been a little bit since I played, so I don't really have my head around the geography of the place. If y'all bear with me, feel free to just, like, give me instructions. Sentius is dead. The button will give me a trail. Okay, I'll see if I can find it.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
The whole world isn't like that. It's only in this town, which is like a weird place that a bunch of people got kidnapped to and woke up in. So the assassin guy is like an outsider who's showing up here. Need you to take care of some things urgently. I love that you can do this every time.
Yulia?
He is dying. Ulpius is about to throw himself off the Great Temple balcony. Tell him Yulia will be fine. Give him this purse of 2,000 denarii to pay off their debts. Alright. So I just gotta make sure I get that purse every time.
How did you... Alright, of course.
Galerius is the real bro. NPC who does all of the annoying stuff at the beginning of the loop for you. I'll make sure I steal money at the end of every loop if I can. I get slightly more than 2,000 at least, so that helps.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern.
Alright, let me review my quest log here. So, okay, point of origin. According to Sentius, I'll be flung back to my own time if I can create a paradox, change history in a way that makes my being in the past impossible. For example, if I prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, he'll never create the portal. It'll be impossible for me to go in the past. Could I just also kill Sentius, like now? Before he gets to the portal? Maybe. Assume this game has a bunch of endings. Figure out who's most likely to break the golden rule and inform Sentius. Virgil, Equitia. I've got all these people I can tell them I suspect, but I don't think any of them are that person. Thread. So I'm good with the Equitia thing, I just need to actually get the bathhouses cleared out. Which means I need to deal with the assassin in some way. Bow might come in useful. Naevia locked herself in the palace. I did find another way into the villa, but not into the palace yet. Upper cistern. Stop Virgil's harassment. Neutralize the armed man. Get creative. Malleolus, drop out of the election. Dig up dirt on Malleolus, okay. What happened to Scintilla? I wonder if I can get dirt on him by getting Domitius to leave and have the assassin get closer to him, you know? Yeah, I'd be down. I don't want to just end the game if we bumble into an ending. Seems like there's a lot to do. I also don't feel the need to 100% complete it either. I'm sure there's like an intended track. Try talking to the assassin some more. I'm trying to think if that makes sense.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
I am.
Fresh meat, huh?
You know it, bud. This is unavailable until Galerius has finished his errands. Okay. It's nice that I keep the key.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
It's neat. I have the pendant from the cistern, the lower part of the cistern, which I got basically just by running around.
Help! You.
Get right on it.
Thank you.
Don't go in there.
What?
Just trust me. Alright, we should talk to her in her bakery here. I didn't do that last time. I don't think Virgil's going to be my path to the answer here.
It somehow.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief.
Did you stop him?
I don't know what to say.
Kind of looks like Karen.
What are you waiting for?
Just rest up.
So I have to stop him first. All right, let me see if there's anything that comes up for me talking to him. This might cause an almost immediate reset, but it's nice that you're able to talk to him about Malleolus.
Stop right there. I am looking for Tiberius Quinctius.
Empty shrine. Oh. Oh, because it's an accident, it doesn't count as breaking the law. I was going to select this anyway since it was an option.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live.
Can I take his
now,
bow? Because that would be
but you
great.
best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Clever. Doo-doo-doo. Nothing dangerous happening here. I guess I could have done this on the first loop, huh? After she ran in there and died. Really stretches the meaning of breaking the golden rule then. The intent doesn't matter, I guess. Would Casey Jones crushing Shredder in the trash compactor at the end of the first Ninja Turtles movie count?
Filthy, lying degenerate.
All right. Bow. Nice. Bounty notice. Emperor Nero's ordered the execution of a cultist named Quinctius. Different colored eyes. Seems like some pretty good dirt. Arrows and 1 coin. He just gave up. Ask Malleolus whether he's Quinctius. Okay, good. I thought that was a blood stain. I've been playing too much Elden Ring. This is how we first got in here, wasn't it? Or at least we were in a ruin that looked like this. Alright. All kinds of breadcrumbs to follow up on. It's nice that the assassin also had a single coin on him and came in from the same place. That makes sense.
You took care of him?
You know it. He had a tragic accident in the shrine.
An accident? So, it's over? Oh God, that's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
If I said yes, I'd be admitting to murder.
I don't understand. Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth
Is
shut
admitting
then.
to murder?
Sorry.
Okay.
I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever.
I wonder if this is a thing I can get the guy at the beginning to do for me.
You're here.
By the way, also go ahead and kill the
welcome. I'm
archer
Fabia.
assassin guy.
Sorry, I was a bit frantic before. Need anything?
Who's harassing Virgil?
Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Duli had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps.
Sure, that does help. Oh yeah, this game has fair enough as your way to like, it's like right on, I guess. What's your story?
Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am.
Mostly those were in Rome. Yeah, I was about to say her story is completely different from everybody else's.
Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful. Who knows what their plans are for us?
I suspect her. No way out of here.
What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables, and Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days.
I don't belong here.
Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here, but that doesn't mean you don't belong, does it?
You think about the golden rule.
Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we?
Like your optimism.
Thanks.
Have you met people?
And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop. All right. Thanks again for...
I talked to him already. He's the Greek guy.
Taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
No problem. Mutually beneficial. I have a weapon now. Just go around town murdering everybody.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Welcome.
Question Rufus.
Name's Rufus. Better watch your step.
You got rheumatism, dude. Are you the one threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about?
I know it was you.
Yeah? Prove it.
Never mind.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's just a video game character problem.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Hey, let's go do your thing real quick.
A new face. Ave. What else? What? And did you... But
Eat you in the
don't follow
bath.
too closely.
Would it actually cause a scene if I followed too closely? There was another time traveler from my group who came here and was like stuck in thousands of loops and eventually killed himself. He found his golden corpse in the future. Yeah, right.
All right,
Sprint
you're here.
places.
You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see.
Hey.
Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin.
The hoodie
It's
thing is
just
kind
as
of
you
neat.
described it. Only your pronunciation is a little
Oh, is it?
off.
Ah,
The
that's
name
clever.
You heard wasn't Karen.
I didn't even think about
it
that.
Was Charon.
Nice.
As in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who in exchange for the right coin,
They have a little jokes
helps
about
the
her name
souls
being
of the
Karen.
newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the
That's
land
fun.
of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that...
That's cute.
I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's... Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry.
They played that off as a joke about,
you know what
like,
this means.
Karens. This place is the Underworld?
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make
It's
sense.
a reasonable thing for it to be.
All these people whose last
I like that a
memory
lot,
was
actually.
running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments.
There's a way to acknowledge that you
It
figured that
also
out
tells
without
us
going as far
that the
as
golden
have the game
rule
give it away.
is the work of
That's why everyone had a coin. Yeah, I was starting to think it earlier when I saw the coin
and
on the
while
guy.
his epithet has always been Father of Riches, I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you
That's
have
cool.
questions. So, I'll
I didn't
try
make
to
the
answer them if I
Charon
can.
connection.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks.
Thanks. Why didn't you all recognize Karen immediately?
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Khabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kurti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again.
So we're dead?
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the Underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know.
Why are there so few people here? No one has money on them when they die.
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession.
Wonder if you can just like kill everyone and loot them and see which person doesn't have a coin.
Each of us had on us.
That'd be a kind of a cool
That might
way to solve
explain
it.
why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
Trying to keep this from me?
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories.
There's a whole bunch of different death servers, and all of them have a different set of people on them.
Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options.
Okay.
To confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
You seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name. Why is that?
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple.
Pluto.
He might hear us.
I think he's
You
dog.
may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
I like how to change that dialogue option. Tell me more about confronting Pluto head-on.
Is everyone so blunt where you're from?
Oh god, go away.
The option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld.
I've got a flashlight.
But he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Don't say that name so loud. I done told you, bro. Can you tell me more about the Mad Angels? Hercules could manipulate time.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day.
This is a minor spoiler, but it will help me to structure how I'm going to play the rest of this. Like, I get the sense that there's a lot of endings, but that there's an ending that resolves as many plot threads as possible.
The door has been
is probably the most complex way to fix it.
And there doesn't
is that
even
accurate?
Seem to be a
Because maybe I'll do that
I
last,
suspect
you know,
the
and do
answer
some other
lies
endings in
in
the
the
meantime.
desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base.
Okay, thank you.
It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place.
Yeah? Okay.
You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian,
English,
and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
Well, that's a neat way to organize the puzzle. Classic, kind of, sort of, non-linear approach of go get the 4 things, and you could do them in any order.
Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
that's helpful. Greek plaque.
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local
Hey,
Greek
Georgius.
fellow,
You're the only
Georgius.
Greek guy here.
His store is in the forum.
Got any plaques?
Perhaps Khabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or
Maybe
just
the guy
take a
I
look
found
in
in the
his
cave.
room. I'm afraid
Mystery
you're on
plaque.
your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other three will illuminate the way.
Talk about something else. Can't we just escape the way we came in?
It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
I thought Karen was the Greek name of the ferryman. Does he not have a Roman equivalent name? Or just also happens to be called Karen?
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the Underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
Going to work against him to help us?
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
I have, actually.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Naevia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
But yeah, I really need you to be my Emily Blunt. I need you to give me a code phrase that I can tell you to catch you up on all of this every loop. She's helpful if a little cryptic.
Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Not yet.
Oh, I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might be a thread through this labyrinth.
All right. Let's do it.
I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them
Let's go
is
up
to
to
let
everyone and
them
say, hey, we're
remain
dead.
oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
All right. Let's do that.
In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you.
Time is sort of the essence.
Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Proserpina is Persephone? I mean, yes, Proserpina is Persephone. I didn't realize that, though, earlier. If there isn't a Roman equivalent to Karen, I think that makes that especially clever. Like, I caught the coin thing and I was like, oh, we're probably, dead. But I didn't make the connection with Karen and Karen because I was like, okay, they probably would have used the Roman name, right? Which I don't know.
Hello? Hello?
What's your story?
My name's Duli. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure.
Gonna steal?
Yes. But I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it. More than once. But I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
Liar, Billy? Oh, okay.
Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Straight senses to do this. What are you in relation to your incorrigible antisocial behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure? Sympathetic to your plight, the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago. Treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you misremembered. Since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns, come to the conclusion you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited unless you break the golden rule. This will help you remember. Okay. So you're like,
What does it say?
The guy from Memento. They caught you trespassing. They locked you up to stop you breaking the golden rule.
My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. And he said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure.
Key.
But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And
the priest lady.
The priestess lady.
Exactly.
She's a nice lady.
Give me the key, I can try to figure it out. The use of fair enough is so...
shouldn't give it to anyone.
I don't know why it bothers me.
Trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here.
I think it's just a cultural thing.
I would trust you a lot.
Let me talk to the magistrate about getting you out of here.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
Listen to me.
Like, Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious.
Breaking him out count as breaking the golden rule. See what I can do.
My name's Duli.
Just see about the whole... Talk about your
My
treasure.
Hannibal
Smile on
he
you,
said
brother.
He gave me this key. All I now know... What about the rules?
Okay, it just always goes back to that. Got it. No way out of here.
You're going to let me out of here? Really? Galerius already tried. What about the...
Move that to my tract.
Hello.
What do you think about the golden rule? Never mind. Okay, that was all. Very good. Oh, hey, what's up, man? Did you do all those things?
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
Reliving the day over and over again.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known.
Right.
You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
That's interesting. It'd be fun if my friend that I found his statue in the future was intended to be Sisyphus.
Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods,
push the
he was
rock
given
over
a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Bellides had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Cute. Yeah, at least there's that lie.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to
nice.
upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but...
Guess I could have gotten that line earlier, too.
So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle.
Thanks, Galerius. You're a good dude.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Back here.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
I think about running for magistrate.
I'd bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Duli set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Duli from his cell. And that's good enough for me.
I think Malleolus is going to help.
And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that.
Alright, so we can force the election.
I suppose you're right.
I've gotten everything else with him.
Alright, friend. Hope you find...
Thanks, man. I really like the way Edge of Tomorrow handled this with Emily Blunt, where like she had already been through it, so you could kind of just give her the code word and catch up. I feel like a really key thing to make time loop fiction work is to find a way to like montage the repetitive stuff, right? Which is kind of what that 12 minutes game failed at. Outer Wilds achieves that by not really caring about event flags at all in a loop, with a handful of exceptions. The one-time event flags matter is when you're actually beating the game. Yeah. No, I like the Galerius. He runs out and does everything real quick. It's funny. Idea where I'd find a Roman plaque?
No idea.
You're lying.
And I think you're an imbecile if you think that's going to work on me.
I keep trying it just doesn't work.
Greetings and salutations.
What's up, Georgius?
Greetings. I'm Georgius.
I know. You want to know where I'm from. I want to ask you some
My
questions.
friend, your words intrigue me more and more.
You know where I'd find a Greek plaque?
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgius, yes, but the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgius, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become
because there's
Georgius
probably
the
a lot
Roman.
of hints to make you think about Proserpina and Pluto,
Plus, I have
right?
no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Duli. He cannot help it.
That explains
like a typical
the Duli
Roman, he
pop-up
likes
about the
shiny
plaque.
things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say,
If I
let him
trigger
keep it.
another ending early,
I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
how does it let me continue to probe endings? Can I just like continue the loop at will? Is it going to play credits?
I hope that our paths
I
cross
have an
again
idea
soon,
for a
my
thing that I could do to probably trigger an ending right away, but just load your save. Okay. It will play credits. Can I skip the credits?
So
I kind of like to do the thing where I only play the credits when we're actually done, so I can kind of give my final thoughts on the game.
Hello? Hello?
Greek plaque.
Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it. But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
Need it for something really
But
important.
It's mine, and I really like it. I want to keep it.
What's it gonna take?
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too. Galerius already tried. Like...
Alright.
Yeah, Galerius will let...
Alright, so I think I'm having to do a loop here. Duli's note. I did not do it. English. Is there a trick to it backwards or something? I think they just let me read it backwards.
Hello?
Sup? Okay, I got a whole bunch of things I can try here. Let's see. You have that nice zip line now, too. Last bottle of wine in the city. Inventory, flashlight. I can't use the flashlight at will, can I? I don't want that. There we go, yes I can. They could support my weight. go about doing that. Bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Cool. I don't think I'm meant to be able to get in there. Hey, more arrows. Nice. Just a letter on the table in a hut. The one with the graffiti? Oh, thank you. Olivia. Scandalous kind of kicks the drops of water. Says attack, pursue the stone that always returns. Ixian turns. But she knows. It's the vines that I can't climb yet. Sorry, this place is a little confusing. Hey Charles, how you doing? The gods be kinder to you than they were to us, stranger. Theophilus had an orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. It's stealing if I take it from here. Dice Tower.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Figured it out. I know where we are.
Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seemed cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace. nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest. Friend,
let's talk some more first.
You have given me hope. May you follow in the footsteps of Hercules and return to the light of day. Friend.
Okay, got it. Lead resolve Pandora's box. Hold on. Figure out why she's acting strangely. Acting strangely because she knows we're dead. Got it. You shall suffer for the sins of the one. Fish sauce. Galerius for magistrate. I would rather drink Aurelia's special brew, right? So we learned about that. Poem by Galerius. Oh yeah, he's working on his zip line. Thanks, Galerius. What a guy. You talk to everyone. Does that make sense?
Oh, you're here. I hope I'm not... You're not like any Roman man I've ever seen. You seem so refined, so civilized.
I know you're a horrible person.
How dare you? Get away from me, you pig. Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Alright. Irvat. Small insects drowning in it. Fantastic. Peter Aurelius' chest. I could take that. Guess I need to, like, end the run immediately.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
When this happens, we gotta steal everything. Let's go! It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't know how the hell to get out of here, though. Khabash. I think I'm not paused while I'm reading that. Just remember that that's here. Shit, it was not paused. That's correct. Stop it! It's a little frustrating to have to get the 2,000 coins every time, you know? Try to do that real quick. Oop. I guess I only really need to do it if I need that character to be freed and not committing suicide in that loop, but... Well, your health regenerates a little bit. It's not too bad to dodge them. Oh, did her chest have 2k in it as well? I didn't notice. Well, I'd like to take advantage of the loop. Just have it for next run so I can not have to do this every time.
Impossible! Impossible!
Yeah. Yo, stop shooting at me. Crap, it's right here. Shit. Zigzag. I'm shocked that those classes actually matter. Alright. Bro. Buddy.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you...
Take care of some things urgently.
Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in... Aurelia?
This is great.
How did... I'll go, but...
Fantastic.
I
Yeah, I need to
love
talk to
your
her
clothes.
without
So-
calling her out for
Oh,
sucking.
you're here, and you're... Ugh, coming on a bit...
You came on to me.
I take back. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
They wanted me to neg her. Looking for Khabash.
Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Khabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not.
What's your story?
Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
Not like that. Get me
You
out of
know,
here.
normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here.
That's cute. But seriously, do you know a way
Straight
out?
to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out.
Poison.
I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you?
Not interested. I know it's a scam.
Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right outside my tavern.
What do you think about the golden rule?
I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink.
Interesting gossip?
Certainly. For 10 denarii.
Sure.
Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair.
I don't think I talked to Livia early last time. Does she doesn't outright say the Underworld, right? But she'll give you hints to it, maybe?
I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is. Whatever you like. All right.
Gives you lines from the poem. Okay. Let's read this now while I'm not getting shot at. Dreams I've been having, she said it might help her divine meaning. I wrote them down. Happened again last night. Interesting. It's definitely not Roman. Carving of a lion. Trying. Stop creepily turning your head like that. Phallic charm. Go Romans. Stone disc. Oh, okay, right, yeah. Is Rufius a Christian? Your final warning, sinner. Yeah, that would make sense. Alright.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia,
Guess that counts as a hint.
muttering like Medea over a cauldron. You'll scare away my customers.
Oh, does this only open after they go into aggro mode, maybe? Interesting. Yeah, what a nice guy. Not gonna get your rheumatism fixed like that, dude. There's no hate quite like Christian love. Oof.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
Murder venture?
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
The statues come to life and fire golden bows.
And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks.
I always heard
We are
Aesop,
talking
but
riches
I think
beyond
it's
imagining.
Aegis is the name of the
And
shield.
even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
I think the golden goose is meant to be a cautionary
Look,
tale.
I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
Sure.
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan.
Try to kill one.
Tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what.
Want me to steal it?
Gods, no. If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft.
I could also just steal it and reset the timeline.
A trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now,
sure, that sounds fun.
You must have questions. Ask away.
Why can't I just take
Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal.
The idea that you can do it if you just turn the lights out, right? Can't you do it yourself?
I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you.
That's super dangerous.
When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger? So, are you in, partner?
Sure.
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are.
We got another one from the dead assassin, or did Galerius salute him? Fake golden bow.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Gods not watch over you, that's great. He is here. Swap coin. Extinguish. Bug's gonna be a problem? Do I have to shoot those down first? Oh, there's a free quiver in here too, that's nice. I have to like jump up to it or something? Place with fake. Oh, that's pretty cool. What? What? That's fucking cool as hell, actually. Where's this going? Keep the temple. Oh, really? So he won't let you back out? Okay, so this is my way I would escape. Clever. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Pretty neat. What a neat progression mechanic. I didn't even think about that being a possibility earlier. So now we can climb the vine too, I assume.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you.
Oh, you can put
I'll
this down and
start
continue
at the
listening.
beginning.
Okay.
Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror.
Another one of these towards the top.
Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
I ungold them? No. Come on. There you go. Climbing ladders is always awkward in first-person games. Made it way into the palace. Hey, that's what I thought we were doing. Naevia was one who was missing. Hopefully I get a key. Just come back in here next time. More arrows. Wonderful. See you staring. Welcome. Maybe explore the lower cistern a little bit more now, too. Welcome.
Help me. Thank you.
Sure. Arrows, very nice of them. Such a, like, goofy thing of, like, you shoot down the wasp nest.
You're not supposed to be here.
It's the upper floor of the palace. Oh, that's not actually algae. That's nice. It freezes all of them. Appreciate how many arrows they give you here. I don't think having to conserve them would be super interesting. Jumping path? Everybody fall over. Money. It's an alternate way up here, I assume. Happy to help. Oh, it's Georgius. Okay. Shit's going down. No, it just looks like him. Because they taught us about the pot there, that's kind of cool. Clever. I like that. Still hear the heads turning. Hey, key to the palace doors. Fantastic.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare.
Healing the golden layer from them?
What must life be like for these poor souls,
Jesus.
entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor, who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not
this is necessary. I think I just need to lock
just
them
one I
in
have
here.
borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name.
Yeah, I love that.
So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
This is a really cool sequence. It's already triggered. Okay. Whoa. That's a bummer. Am I supposed to be able to, like, climb that from side to side, like shimmy across? Sideways ladders. Fantastic. There's another way to get in there later. Couple ways to get in there. This is fine. Go through there. Fish sauce. I like that they have these tools. Like, if you don't want to just fight them all by aiming multiple times, you can take them out through trickery, basically. That's kind of nice. Naevia, you live in filth. This is a surprisingly long dungeon. Kind of impressed. Take a look at the scroll nearby. Thanks, Tip. How many people missed that?
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls
Yeah, you just have
from
to hit
their
him
golden
twice.
prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodani after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa.
You just kick them
Drilling through the
infinitely, which is how I
gold
handled
that
the
her, I was vindicated by the discovery
cistern
that
earlier.
beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken, undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Diodami to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly.
Headshots count as instant.
My other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as
did
much
not
as
break
my
the golden
heart
rule.
aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body.
This used to be a Skyrim mod? I didn't know that. That makes a ton of sense with the weird steel dialogue and the kathunk noise whenever you get a journal entry. And...
even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
They just have to recreate everything from scratch? No? I didn't know that. Clever. You can talk? I understand what you're saying. Scary Naevia.
And you must be the
Ask Naevia about the treatment of rheumatism.
Who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
So it explains like the bow and the being able to pick a character build and stuff. Like being able to swim in water. If they attack me, we'll both end up encased in gold.
And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve.
It has nothing to do with me.
Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you?
It's not just this statue. A lot of them do it. It's always the same voice.
What do you mean, the same voice?
Someone else is whispering to me through the statues.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it,
I love that she left all these like
all benevolent,
Bioshock audio logs all over her house.
A common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was...
Yeah, that's accurate.
Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in. Is that it?
No.
Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
I ended up here by accident. All I want to do is leave.
What are you talking about?
Got trapped in tunnels under the city and came up inside the palace.
So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
Never had any intention of hurting you.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done?
Pretty much.
Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the
We know suicide doesn't trigger it.
And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule.
I can just shoot her with the bow, it's fine.
Let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
I can undo this if you tell me the treatment for rheumatism.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
I can cover her in gold again.
What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you need to know. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
Sure. See?
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again.
It's less silly if you come here before you know you need a rheumatism cure. Oh, does she just tell you randomly?
These poor souls. What can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain.
Oh, okay, so you just happen to have it.
Rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go.
Bye.
And never return.
I don't think I will return. That's neat. So you have to have gotten through this in order to make it to another loop with the golden bow, I take it. I'm gonna zip line out of here before I know I have everything. That's super fucked up. It's kind of an interesting twist. So she gets to run into one of them early. It's kind of a cool thing to try, too. Like, oh, there's all these people that are golden statues. I think they're people. I'm going to peel the gold off of them.
What? Are you still...
Sorry, I'm leaving.
Here.
Whee! Hey, man.
Name's Rufius. What the?
Go get some rheumatism treatment. Specifically said I should talk to Equitia about it, right? might have to just talk to her. So that's rheumatism 1, right? Yo.
Feeling all right?
Figured out how to treat rheumatism.
You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Naevia?
Not great.
Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. That's a shame.
Yo.
You again.
How's your rheumatism?
What business is that of yours?
Figured out a treatment. Eat a pinch of this willow bark.
Willow bark? And this will work? Oh,
even like the animations have been putting stuff away. I assume they just had to recreate everything from Skyrim from scratch.
This is what I've been praying for.
Must have been an interesting
God
challenge.
Hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Rheumatism, these cursed statues.
The random barks of
always
NPCs walking past you.
Crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
Are you the one threatening
No idea
Virgil?
what you're talking about.
Found an incomplete letter to him in your quarters.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints.
You apologize to
the
him?
pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again.
Fast-acting willow
and
bark.
I know I said I owe you one. So I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti.
Willow bark cures homophobia.
Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Alright, no problem.
You.
Who are you going to vote for?
Malleolus. Not sure I trust Sin.
Anything I can do to change that?
No.
Okay. Probably have to officially get Galerius to run. Alright, I think Virgil was in here somewhere. Virgil's harassment.
Salve.
So.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to... I hear we have you to thank for...
Already. Just Rufius, he's never gonna hurt you.
What demon or spirit told you about that?
An incomplete note
You
in
went
his house.
snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Yeah, he won't be bothering you
Really?
anymore.
How did you manage that?
Cured his rheumatism.
Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out.
Need help.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Nice to talk to you.
Cool. Wonder if that's something Galerius will do for me as part of his, like, tons of shit that he does all at once. Galerius, you give him, like, 50 things to do. Quick! Stop this guy from killing himself. Keep this person from dying of poison. Treat Rufius's rheumatism. You gotta write this down for the guy, Jesus. It's a turlet. Just kind of exploring at the moment to see if there's anywhere interesting with the bow. I know there was a couple at the top of the level-ish. Flag must have been, don't try to follow me, nothing good will come of it. I did find the way in. I don't know if there's an alternate entrance now. Maybe that's what this is. Good thing turning plants to gold doesn't break the golden rule. To be able to get up there from elsewhere? Wow, it's kind of impressive how much you're allowed to climb. Wow. I always found that really weird in, like, Half-Life. You would, like, press crouch while at a ledge and it would just move you up the ledge. Oh, it's a way to get down safely without the zipline? Okay, I guess it's just another way to get into the place, too. Yeah, Sisyphus looking motherfucker. What I also don't know yet is whether turning someone into gold counts as breaking the golden rule. Probably, because now I don't have a direct way to murder them. Great temple door is locked. Okay. Hopefully we'll get that eventually. Whee! This is the one I was thinking of. Is something busted? I'm confused. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize I was allowed to switch between multiple bows. Okay, thanks. $250 up here. Not particularly amazing, but doesn't trigger the reset. I wonder if it works out that there's just enough coins scattered around the map that don't count as resetting that you can beat it in one loop without having to steal the 2,000. Would be kind of interesting. So go down into the caves again and climb up that vine.
Just as the... But
oh, I know her, I know I'm not... She's not crazy.
Then... And...
Bye. Up. You're here, if I recall. Die there. Oh hey, Roman plaque. Uto, father of riches. Wooden carving. Okay, got another Jesus fish. No key to open from this side, but I'm guessing I get to keep the plaque, so it's not a big deal. I guess you might come down here and see the other side of that door and be like, okay, I gotta find another way to get in there. It's 1 of 4. Wish the frame rate in this game wasn't so hiccupy. It's not a big deal, but... Those are the only 2 main things that I remembered that I hadn't already cleared.
I love your clothes. So exotic.
Thanks. Let's see. Where is Galerius at any given time? Talk to her, get her to call the election, have Sentius get kicked out, have him not release the guy, and then use that as evidence in a future loop. Excuse me.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Hey man, how you doing?
Shalom, friend.
Got into Malleolus' upstairs room, there's no sign of Scintilla.
Shalom.
Does he not actually have any dialogue for them?
Shalom.
Okay. Hopefully that I don't need that for anything. Oh, that's smart. You follow her.
A new face.
Did you some questions about escaping the Underworld? Livia was right. We're in the Underworld.
Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we?
Okay, good. You got a little Emily Blunt line there.
Except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the Underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king...
We got this already. Forget what the line is in Edge of Tomorrow. It's like, you know, what I'm going to say is going to sound crazy, but as I keep talking, it's going to make more and more sense. It's like, that's what do you land on after practicing over thousands of loops? Can you call the election early?
Ave. It'll... Why?
I'd like to nominate Galerius.
I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow.
Okay.
Certainly.
I can do that right away. When she runs to it after he dies, does she just leave it unlocked behind her or something? Yeah, we got the secret something or other in here. Remember what was down here, though. This is where the dude was, maybe? this guy. That's what I was gonna do.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome, welcome. It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here?
Looking for Khabash.
Ah, Khabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you.
I'll try.
Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Yep. Pluto.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Sure.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
It's a complex question.
You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult.
Yeah, right. You get swayed down by people getting an ending really early and just turning the game off.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and
the way they phrase the time paradox thing in your objective list is, I feel like it's almost telling you, go kill Sentius.
Under the Golden Rule,
you could do that pretty fast if you reset the assassin
slightest
immediately and go straight back
could
to it.
result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. Whose version of right and wrong?
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct?
No.
Which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system?
Dude, just watch The Good Place. I think there's no such thing as a correct morality.
So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we
It would be interesting if, like, they're talking about whether or not the red steel marker shows up tells you whether you think it's wrong to steal. Decide for ourselves.
So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right...
This is a good Socratic dialogue.
Is it right?
No, that's absurd.
I agree.
But they don't give me the option to say yes.
Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual?
I love how Socratic method is basically just like being an annoying kid who just says, why? 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 Forever. If he feels it's right to kill his wife, then he's confused or sick.
I see. So you get to decide right from wrong. But people who see
got
things
me.
differently
You got me.
are not allowed. What makes you special?
I see what you mean.
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
What's your point?
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules
Yeah, I
about
like it.
right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them.
It's a good line.
And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached.
Fair.
Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Agreed. Nice, yeah. I like thinking about things in terms of approaching things asymptotically. It's very helpful.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Is he straight up just Plato? Plato's here. What's your story?
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story.
I'm listening.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left
Plato,
for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing...
It's a nice way to make sure that you've solved that bigger mystery before getting all this info dumped from him.
So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Hades? You mean Pluto?
They are one and the same. The Romans
and maybe he is the Hermit Philosopher.
Long before that, my people called him Hades.
Why can't you return to the surface?
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive. I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Khabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
His head is really shiny compared to the rest of his face. How have you survived?
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner.
So what's something else?
As you wish.
Where can I find Khabash?
I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples.
Was it entirely Egyptian?
When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
With you so far.
However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
What did it say?
We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths.
There's an even older tunnel beneath that.
Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Khabash's trail.
What's in there?
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
Thanks, man. It's a cool looking key. No way out of here?
Huh. If I did, would I be living like this?
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha! I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Thanks, man. I like that at least for now they leave his identity up to you. It could just be any random Greek philosopher. Friend of the philosopher. He outlived. Should have the flashlight first. Sure, they were careful about putting exactly 11 corpses down here. What does it mean to die in the Underworld? Do you go into a second game? Then you get sucked into the Talos principle? Locked from the other side, and there are hieroglyphics. Cool. Hey there. Using the wrong one here. You can tell when it's dark. Yucky. The regular bow will kill them eventually? Okay. So if you got the regular bow early, you could still make some progress with it. You didn't find the way to escape the temple with it. I feel like the desaturation effect when something's aggroed you, that's nice. Does the game give you an official hint about getting out of the temple? Like looking up at the ceiling and seeing the bees? Oh shit, I killed him. Sorry. Sorry. Wrong bow. It's too late. Many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Oh, okay. Stealth Archer. Skyrim. They changed, so when this was a Skyrim mod, I assume it didn't involve like Roman and Egyptian society. Did they like fit it into the lore of the Elder Scrolls universe? Oh shit. I'm glad I didn't die from that. Maybe that explains why I would expect this game to be called the Golden Rule. Fits decently well with the historical angle to it. I started playing this assuming that the historical angle was like their main impetus for making it. The idea that it's like Underworld's all the way down. Hey man, you gonna kick me into this hole?
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you?
Who are you?
I am Khabash. And let me guess, another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors,
No. Looking for an Egyptian plaque. Do I look Greek or Roman or you?
Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want?
And for a plaque.
To what end?
I want to return it to the obelisk.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Sure. Saying these are all different names for the god of the dead. Smart. Mystery plaque, like, what are they going to say? I guess you could say Sheol is probably the closest other land of the dead. It kind of follows the same rules as Hades. Thanks.
Now, as for the other plaque.
The fourth plaque?
Indeed. I have it right here.
Whoa.
I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
How so?
I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is?
Seems like everybody does. The Underworld?
It has a name, and that is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the Underworld. They desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron, as if that desecration was not enough.
You can get that Kerti thing pretty early if you know your Egyptian mythology.
Using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
What's wrong with this plaque?
It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us.
I don't know my ancient history super well.
Did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking
I thought the
to
mystery plaque was
undermine
going to be in
Osiris
English.
once more.
What does the inscription say?
You will never know.
I want to
This
know.
work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Please don't.
You are too late. It is done. It could not have gone any other way. It was
Alright, I'll drop down there, it's
Osiris's will. Now, the thing of evil you sought is gone. Why are you still here?
The idea that it's just Underworld all the way down.
I
What's
am
your story?
from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kerti, and at the time, I simply thought
The implication that like modern day Karens represent
until much later
death.
that he was the
By the
Kerti,
joke they made earlier.
the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead.
No way out of here.
This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I think if someone is to break the Golden Rule, it will not be me, for I try to live as I always have by the command of the
feathers,
goddess
justice, balance
Do
scale.
to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods.
What do you think's down there?
I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is
Sumerian
infinite darkness.
underworld.
Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is it would be unwise to venture down there.
That just makes me want to go down there even
Is
more.
everyone so contrary where you are from? Do not even consider it.
Dude, I basically have the power of quick save and quick load.
Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes.
Definitely.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. We shall see.
Save. Bye. There's water down here. Nergal, the fierce one. It's cuneiform, okay. Yeah. Don't know the name Nergal. Oh, Nergal is the Sumerian god of war. Okay. Weird that he would be king of the Underworld, though. Learn more about Mesopotamian mythology. The Zuzu? Sumerians were trying to defend themselves from something. That's spooky. Go in that water. I love this as a completely serious argument here. There's just underworlds layered on top of underworlds. Oh, that seems bad. Can I actually raise the water level? Turn them into gold spikes. Not that that would help me very much. Oh, here we go. Okay, but hear me out. Boulder traps. So if that thing turns, I'm gonna be pissed.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
There's no need for this to end in violence.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed?
Hear me out.
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
Something can be destroyed by the truth. It deserves to be destroyed by the truth. There's no shame in building on the works of people who came before you. Just trying to replace all the plaques taken from the desecrated obelisk. This isn't to piss him off. This might piss him off.
Why? To what end?
Hopefully it'll earn me an audience with the god of the Underworld.
But why? What business could you have with Osiris?
Confront him about the Golden Rule.
Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your own fate.
Wait, if you attack me, you'll break the Golden Rule.
Good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
Just save before
the many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
This game does auto-save technically. I have a manual save from before that. Just have to run through the boulder puzzle again. Okay, man.
When
Let's
I
try this
told you
again.
that you would
Hear me out. Place the plaques, earn me an audience. And demand you let everyone go.
Fool.
Nope. Curious, I'm gonna get the same thing every single time. Pay him my respects.
Doubtful.
What do you know about honoring the Lord of Silence? Just wanted a friendly chat.
Imbecile! You...
Not a lot of options here. Guess if he kills me, I still have the plaque, but... Because I think I don't have to get all the plaques in one go. Let me just confirm that this makes him mad immediately.
Then you admit it. Many of my ancestors, we prepared to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
Possibly, yes. Isn't being a good person a worthwhile pursuit in and of itself?
I am not sure I
Okay, I'm surprised that this is a better angle of attack. I like this one. Even if the beliefs about the afterlife aren't accurate, so the important thing, they motivate you to live good lives.
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
Abandon a lifetime of good character now that it matters most just because you found out you were misled?
You are persuasive. Very well.
Nice. I thought I was going to piss him off a whole bunch by saying...
And you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Thanks, man. Oh, right. Hey, it didn't completely kill me. Thought it was gonna come down from up here. Just got nicked by a boulder, it's fine.
You again. Of course.
Guess so. Canonically because of the head trauma that made me amnesiac. Oh hey, I know where we are. Okay, cool. I'm not missing anything back here. Back, baby.
Good to see you again, friend.
I did. Oh, I guess I could have noticed that was Greek earlier. Just need one more plaque then. We know who has it. Gotta go tell Malleolus not to run, I think. Man, I've had one hell of a day.
Are they?
Hey, dude.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want?
Anxious?
My name is Marcus Malleolus Georgius. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
You have one green eye, one blue eye, just like the description in this execution order from Nero.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens.
Whoopsis.
I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
Delusions of grandeur.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
I can't prove it to you yet, but I will.
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
Draw from the election.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa, uninvited, and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
If you don't, I'm gonna kill you.
You fool. Impossible.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Sorry. I kill him and loot his corpse? Or did he already get killed? Yes, apparently I can. Yeah. Read those. I bet I could have talked to her to get the letter too and just mentioned it, right? Instead of murdering her. Once the crime has been committed, you may as well go hard on more crime. Previously, she kicked me out of the room, right? But because I had the note from the assassin, I could have gotten it that way. Absolutely. I'd argue it's connected to what the philosopher guy says.
Salve, friend. Mind telling...
You need to take care of some things. Julia's dying, Rufus has been threatening Virgil, from the willow bark. Stop Fabia entering the empty shrine.
Alright. But how... I'll go.
Can do, buddy. Man, what a hero. Even taking care of the rheumatism thing, which seems comparatively minor to some of those other things. If it's like it's your personal morality that determines whether you broke it or not, I think that's interesting. I did keep all the plaques. I just wanted to see if they were
Ixion turns.
gonna maybe accept those.
On your best behavior, I trust.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
I need to read the things that I picked up that I didn't read. Can you get his key without actually getting into... I guess you'd never see him anywhere, right? Maybe if you call the election early and then murder him, that's another way to get in instead of jumping into the pool from above. Being trapped here, there's no life. I bet you. I discovered as long as I'm with you, I'm exactly where I should be. Oh, there's vines too. That's cool. Oh, Galerius has to finish doing all of the daily shit? Okay, I guess I'll go see if I can talk to... I'll get a second copy of the item, but... Claudia. What's up?
You're not supposed to be in here.
My bad. Can we talk?
Talk? What business? My marital affair.
Oh, I guess maybe I can't do it now that I already have the evidence?
Finally! This is outrageous.
Basically, you would just explain the situation, I guess.
What is the meaning of this?
Do something else while I wait, I guess.
Boy! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
What business is that? A lot of people have been looking for her.
Sometimes fresh eyes help.
I suppose that's true.
Is there anything suspicious?
Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. But none of them will tell me anything. You might fare better, though, I suppose. Fine. Or
if bluffing ever gets you anything in this game. I wonder if you follow Galerius, if you actually see him turning everything in one by one. That would be kind of funny. I doubt they added dialogue for him to say all the things he's supposed to say. Oh, here? I see. That's cool. Oh, that's cool, and it's the wine that I happened to get anyway.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected.
Oh, now it labels his name as Quinctius. That's cool.
And now, I make this... Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? Well...
Draw from the election.
Why?
No, you're Quinctius. Your wife gave me your love letter. Nero wants you. Your wife gave it to me, yeah.
So... It finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you... What? One of Nero's assassins?
No, he's dead. The Emperor sends his regards.
So, you're not going to kill me?
Yeah, I found it underground. Draw from the election immediately and release everyone in debt bondage to you. So this is a way that I can get away with not having to have 2,000 coins every time.
Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live?
Well,
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Ulpius has an extra 2,000 coins. Easy peasy, okay. Let's do Virtuous Man. I don't want to call the election because I'm going to convince him to run first.
A new face. Arve. It'll be... Why do... I like the idea, but it was... So, I suppose...
I guess I have to talk to him first. I just don't know where he is. Alright, I'll try to track him down. Maybe he's down by Duli. Oh, hey man.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Julia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying.
You're busy, huh?
And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really?
A golden bow.
He's gonna get to... I guess it'd be interesting if we get him to do everything.
What a relief.
That makes him extra popular to get voted in as magistrate.
Say anything. Just rest up. Get your strength.
Shoot. I guess I can try saving and reloading. I don't know if that's gonna change anything. Probably not. Why would they put... Okay.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up. Get your
This
strength
looks busy.
Welcome.
We'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius.
You talking to her through the wall?
I will.
Shalom, friend. Julia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for
Right,
lack
now
of
he's
trying.
moving. Maybe.
And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why
Shit,
do
he's
you look
restarted
so
his whole
happy?
thing. Yeah, it's interesting that in the process of trying to recreate Skyrim, they recreated a bunch of, like, Skyrim bugs.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
I will.
A golden bow.
Thank you, Ulpius.
Just like Apollo and
I
Diana.
will.
I think they had to finish talking.
Julia! I'm so glad you didn't...
No, it's happening again!
It wasn't for lack of trying.
No!
And now Malleolus is going to...
God.
Wait. Why do you
It's
look
a nightmare.
Citizen.
Just reset again, it's fine.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief.
It's not supposed to let me talk to him until he's done. It's weird that it let me talk to him at all.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
It's okay, guys. Oh, and that might be right, since he specifically mentioned the vine. And I hadn't broken, because previously he said, did you dive in my pool? Hey, man.
Salve, Oh. Yulia.
Well, yes, you know, his real name is Quinctius. Thanks to Claudia and that Nero sends his regards. Someone to withdraw from the election and release his debt bondsman.
What? Are you... You're serious? Poor... Alright, I'll go.
Just gonna follow him.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water. And the tree...
He fucking books it. He understands the urgency of the situation.
Fabia, listen.
There's a troublemaker coming into the city.
I know, and I'll take care of him. Just go and hide, but not in the empty shrine.
This is basically making Galerius into a hero.
I was headed in there.
No time to explain. Go!
All right, I'll be in my bakery. Thank you, Galerius.
Don't shoot. I'm no threat. You'll find what you're looking for in the avenue. Second building on your left. I've got to run.
Thanks.
I should have gotten more arrows last time.
Service to the Empire. I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
It's pretty amazing. He's so trusting.
How much one of these statues is worth on the outside?
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you the Sylphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here.
Also,
I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly as you did. Another moment more and we would have lost her.
Can't stay. Places to be.
Like here. I need that bark. Doing all right there, buddy?
Salve, Rufius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business.
You get a big thing of it, and I think you only need a little
There's
bit.
no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
Get it, Galerius. Vote Mr. Clean, everybody. Uh-oh. I can't believe they scripted this out instead of just like having it fade to black and fade back in.
What now?
I have a message for Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows
He says
Malleolus'
it.
real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Aurelia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I
That's
trust our
fast.
business is concluded.
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Citizen.
This dude doesn't fuck around. Don't kill yourself. It's fine.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Yulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free.
We're free! Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
Alright, Galerius, what do you have left to do, man?
Citizen.
Yulia.
Oh, this is where I got to before. Okay, hopefully it doesn't start looping.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why
Welcome.
do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
I wonder if it was like he originally had to go turn in the money or
Galerius
something.
arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible.
A golden bow,
What a
just like
relief.
Apollo and Diana.
I don't know what to say.
Does Apollo have one too, technically?
Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Stream stress. Okay, I think we're good. Galerius, buddy. Draw from the election.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
Hey, Timidius, pick up the pace, bud. This is why your people will never get elected. You and
Priestess,
Quinctius.
Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
See, she's got spring in her step.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Way to call that out to all citizens.
That's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
Reliving the same day.
You're... This is... He... For...
At least there's that. I think he'll do great.
Oh. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh,
So now I need to convince people to vote for him. Which I should be able to do because he just helped a bunch of people.
Feeling all right?
Alright, she can't vote. Mean. Rude.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings.
Who are you gonna vote for?
Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend?
Aw. Okay, now I like that that's part of it. That him... Not only is he the montage for the time loop, but he makes the, in doing so, he gets more votes from people. I like that they managed to pull off two things with that.
Ah,
very smart.
And I hear Galerius.
They always talk about how in any kind of art like this, movies, video games, it's always nice when you can do more than one thing with an element of your story or your game. They can both be a cool game mechanic and critical to the plot, and used in multiple ways, etc., etc. What does Duli say here?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, it's very smart. I think the game that strikes me in my mind as the most efficient with that, the most elegant, is probably Outer Wilds. Everything in that game is doing like 3 or 4 things at once. I think I might just be able to call the election and be fine. I mean, Scintilla. Save, ask her to call the election and see what happens.
How'd you do?
I don't think Decius is going to vote.
Shiny.
Citizen.
Rufius will, right?
Name's Galerius. Fine.
Outer Wilds is perfect twice.
A new face. Arve.
Status of the election.
It'll be between Senti. Why do you...
Start the election
As
now.
I said, I'm planning...
Holding it early may prevent conflict between voters.
Yes, I have. Very well.
Might be close to a
Citizens?
tie.
It is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
They're all just going to sprint into town. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 against. No. Meeting in the forum, I assume. Is there a conflict between the voters or something? Whoa. This is the golden rule. Sanchez is here. He's probably going to vote against. Midius is probably going to vote against. 2, 3. 4 to 3, I think I might be okay. Unless if there's someone else I'm forgetting.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate.
Oh, interesting.
The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Georgius withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As
Malleolus
agreed,
is like,
we shall dispense with ballots and candidates.
Does Sentius tell him I told you so, or something like that?
Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Decius.
Sentius.
Oh, okay. It's what ends the loop if time just passes far enough.
To the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens.
Does this vote is for sale?
Decision.
Interesting.
Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Duli is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, Do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day.
That's the one thing I needed.
Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Like that they gave one of the plaques behind like a super sub-event with like 4 other keys. Wonder if they originally had a bigger plan for the 4th plaque
Temple Majestic.
and ended up having to just put it so it's immediately after the Egypt one. It's still a cool dungeon down there. It's just surprising that it happened so fast.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
Oh good, I'm glad I get credit.
I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Duli.
Hooray! Hey, Duli. Got business. I'm the newcomer.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy. You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said, but before he gave me a key to the plaque. Oh, thank you. I hope you find it in the cisterns. Oh, look, maybe it is treasure.
Whoa, buddy.
I can see it for myself.
Greek plaque.
So pretty. And it's just
one of
lying
many.
out in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind.
Pop in the cistern real quick. Already found Scintilla. I thought I found her necklace.
It's so lovely to see Duli.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
So I wonder what happened there. Is it Duli? Do you like grab something right away? Duli immediately steals, just as a way to end the... That's funny. I was actually thinking that earlier. Am I going to let him out and he's going to steal something immediately as a way to redo the loop? Fantastic. That's why it says you suspect Duli. Does he just like absent-mindedly, stupidly do it? Like, oh, that's pretty, I want it, or something like that? Funny. I guess that makes things harder to beat in a single loop, but maybe you're allowed to rebuild the thing in one loop.
Salve, friend.
Rufius, tell Malleolus. Don't get elected, though. That would be bad. We don't want to let Duli free. Can you kill him through the bars and take his key? I guess you can't get the plaque to do that. Maybe Horatius has the key to open the cell.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Hey, you're
I'm the
not
player
thinking about
character.
going into the cistern, are you?
You know about your creature, don't worry about me. I wish you couldn't get away with cheesily kicking him constantly. Here we go. Find a creative way. I figured. The most true ending one is probably the one with the plaques. Do this real quick. Oh, damn. This doesn't break the golden rule.
You? Who are you? Did he send you? Don't you know you're here? You have to help me escape.
Easy to do.
Before that monster comes back.
What's going on here?
Scintilla. I found a way out through the gate of Thorn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
Who did this to you?
Sentius, my adoptive father.
Oh, fuck.
Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
Hasn't this broken the golden rule?
No. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key.
Oh, this is a way to get to that ending, I guess.
I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule.
The problem is if I kill him, though, I can't continue to loop, right?
Me, and we can escape together.
I can't get it from his corpse after he casts the spell, right?
There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
Round up everyone so they're ready to escape once the golden rule is broken.
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never.
So this presumably is an ending.
Thank you. Now follow. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla?
I guess the snap zoom
Where
is very
is she?
Skyrim too. They're human garbage, you know that?
So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al.
You could at least say the whole word, man. You remember Al?
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything.
That's cool. He's been playing.
You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know.
Look how the time loop is his way of maintaining a permanent,
Here I was,
perfect
thinking you're a
utopian
little bit
existence.
sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 8? Not a lot compared
Oh,
with
that's
now,
interesting.
but I've seized every
Keeps track
day,
of how many loops you did.
nonetheless. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Who's going to break the golden rule knowing I would fail every time?
Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually.
That's cool that he
It
actually
is
had a voice line
inevitable.
for it.
Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust.
It's a cool way to leverage the time loop thing. It's its own kind of strategy. Like how a lot of time loop fiction has different reasons for what's motivating the time loop, like nothing in the case of Groundhog Day, or a way to become a perfect combatant in the case of Edge of Tomorrow, or to gain an infinite amount of data from a single probe shot in Outer Wilds. It's very good.
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself...
So is another ending just running straight to him and shooting him in the head? Because I'll do that next.
For eternity.
And if you want to help me track down the other non-true endings, I'll just skip the credits each time.
I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
Painful death for us. So you cheat your way out of this.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow?
Yes.
Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
Oh, she's just standing there the whole time.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light.
What's the variation of this one that's unintuitive? You can just tell me how it works. Bye. Snake, you've created a time paradox. I she was gonna stab him.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Hey, we're dead.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, really? But it's basically the same except everyone's there?
Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive
Okay, so you get a different
Scintilla,
line here based on
while
who
the
gets
stranger
out.
disappeared in a flash of light.
That was me.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry, come again?
They wrote that tablet real quick under arrow fire.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is This is
Cool
disturbing.
that you have to do the tricky
But I don't
cistern
understand
thing
how I
to
could
get to
have
that.
written it.
By a different version of you.
I'm not following.
Still not following.
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
We're both still dead.
I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape.
That poor woman.
A lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Centilla used, if we can find it.
Al, we're both dead, buddy.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Talk to Karen on the way out?
You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
I think this game is probably significantly improved by not being aware at all of the premise, because, like, I feel like if you knew the Roman thing before you started playing, you might be suspicious of talking to Karen with the boat. Right at the very beginning. I didn't even think anything of it. I'm like, oh, it's kind of weird that they went with the whole commenting on her name thing.
But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Ah, what a
Like that her
relief.
nameplate changed. It's
Thank
cool.
you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I know everything.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
So explains why her hoodie's so weird looking. Who are you really?
You can just call me Caroline, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience,
So many games have we got now that started as a
that
mod
most people find comfort
and then
in
became their own
familiarity,
thing later? There's also
in
Stanley
gradual
Parable, right?
change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the Underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
How did I die?
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yes.
As you wish. You were murdered. You made a purchase in a marketplace, and the change you received was, by mistake, a single silver coin of ancient
Oh, it's not just any coin?
You
Okay.
were seen inspecting it, and soon after, you were set upon by 2 thieves. The shopkeeper who had given you the coin saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin.
Oh, the death is different
called
based on your
Karen's Opal
class?
by some. And so it was my duty.
If you're like an
to bring you
archaeologist or
here.
whatever, you just happen to have one. What's so special about these coins?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth.
That's why there are so
But
few
not
people there.
any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the Underworld has finally run its course.
Turn us to the land of the living? No.
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The
Even him
ruins of a
phasing away
long
like that is very
city.
Skyrim.
And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was
So many
waiting
tablets.
here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget
Still read
you,
Latin, that's nice.
or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends
All
were
these
not
friends
so
that you could have
fortunate.
saved.
Ulpius, Cynthia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Duli, and the others.
Heard
But
this.
please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you,
impeccable
that
handwriting.
saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And
We
you?
probably should have stayed dead.
Are you ready to go home?
One that got away. Ah, okay. So ending 3 is basically the same thing. How many might have survived if you'd confronted the god of the underworld? Yeah, I know. I climbed all the way up that well. She said I can skip this, but not immediately. Did it make like a post-game save? Okay, here we go. I assume this autosave is like right before I talk to her. She sees me in the distance and I'm like, bye!
You? Who are you? Did he send you? I hate you.
Hopefully that's good enough. Find the obelisk.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Where is the obelisk? Or is it just marked? Oh, is there still something I was supposed to be able to do up there? After climbing up there? It's not giving me a marker. Said it was in town somewhere, right? Oh, sure. That's ending 1. These jumps, okay.
This is a rather strange first impression. Now, you're probably what? Seems rather bright. Thank you. Don't be so foolish. Allow me to explain the crux to illustrate.
Oh, this is new.
When the golden rule is broke, if you manage to if either
This
of
is the
those
same as
things were to
before.
happen, I am.
I killed you, everyone would die, and return to my original timeline with no way back.
Indeed. Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me.
Ow.
And so you.
Same.
And I certainly hope not. In fact, what are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? Now get out of.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I love that. Time paradox.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
So I'm guessing those short how long to beat for the main story is that people just came in and realized they could shoot scintillas.
Well, here I am.
Sentius.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? I was just reading it described an event about 2000 and murdered a local magistrate.
Yeah,
but
that's
it
the
said
same.
that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground
Sorry, I'm only
trembled
skipping
and
some of these
statues
because some of them
sprang to
seem like they're the
life,
same as
firing
last time.
arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light. What?
Here's your
God,
suicide
what?
note.
This is... I'm not... So you're saying, because a man...
You got it.
I guess, to let me die all over again. I can't see how I could... Seems like we're both gonna die here.
Oh, good. I regret
How
nothing.
can you say that? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. And it's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius, multis
And then you
dolorunt.
shall suffer.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
And we just stand there in misery for years. How many might have survived if you hadn't killed Sentius in cold blood? Okay. I kind of wish ending 3 was more interesting instead of being basically 2B. Alright, you said it's up by Ulpius? Or where he was in a jump before? Bye, friend.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here.
So I think that I had to kind of start from the starting point to get up there. All right, Pluto, what's your deal, buddy? Oh, it did make a marker the whole time. It was just so high above me that I didn't see it. All right. This is the temple that's otherwise locked, I guess. Oh. Plaque. Pluto. That's fine. Hades, Lord of Many. Let's try Nurgle. Okay, just remembers. Assume you just have to pick all four. It's not just like, well, Pluto's who I am now, so. Oh, maybe it's the room that I'm in. Okay, it's a puzzle. I see. I didn't realize. What kind of architecture is in the room you're in, I guess. That's clever. What? This is cool. That's fucking funny. Nice. And cute. Like Karen and Karen.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity.
The little silver coins
ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk.
Hey, great.
I will
As a
allow
reward,
you to
I will
satisfy
monologue.
your curiosity. Ask what you will.
What's your story?
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
You're a god?
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I
hope one of the dialogue
Your
prompts ends with
ancestors
fair enough.
revered me
Fair
because
enough.
For them,
Right on.
my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful. just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey.
Why do you look and sound like a man? Because contact. Come on. It's easier than making a weird squid monster.
My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate.
Thank you, Carl Sagan.
In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights.
For reducing the base effort level for science fiction.
Even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
May I see your true form?
No.
No, we don't have the budget for that.
Long ago, I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind.
Don't even put the dialogue option in there, man. I want to see the squid fella. Who is the woman on your left?
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians.
Oh yeah, Ereshkigal is who I thought the Sumerian underworld deity was.
Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
She's completely frozen.
Your gaze lingers too long.
What is that on your right?
That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutabal to the Sumerians, Kurti to the Egyptians.
They're just kind of chilling there on the sides there.
And Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish.
What is this place?
It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
What was the wager?
That is a long story. One that began over 3,000 years ago
it's like Job.
Continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves. Your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished. But soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering.
I like this twist, it's
and
cool.
to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has
It's a
been
neat
to
reward for putting in the
languish
extra
here,
effort, too.
enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
I like the idea that, like, there's this wager between the head of the gods and the Lord of the Underworld. Like, it's not... I think they probably wanted to be careful to not draw a direct comparison to Yahweh, Satan, and Job, right? But it definitely feels like that. It gets a little bit less, like, the analogs are less direct when you get to that point.
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina.
Who built the city.
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape.
On the holodeck.
I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
Yeah, like, you know, Christmas and Easter.
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver.
I kind of like that that's like a scientific decision. It seems arbitrary and ending too.
Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind would have squandered the last.
Yeah, you think it would have lost lots and lots of them. I guess the final town only had, like, the Roman town had 20 NPCs maybe, if that. So I guess that seems fair. 1,000 down to 100. Down to like 50 maybe. Well, it's probably 1,000 down to 500 down to 250. Why did humans learn about the Underworld?
It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer.
Gilgamesh?
And a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing,
wonderful,
which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the Underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place, in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning. And in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
Say what's something else.
Of course.
Are you responsible for the Golden Rule?
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
Why turn people into gold?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world.
Is Midas a rip-off of the Gilgamesh story?
Two were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again.
Guess you can get evidence of that from looking at all the old statues, maybe?
And all who came after line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels.
Cool. You're responsible for destroying all these lives?
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves.
I'm gonna get a persuade check off on this guy.
And so you ask, if
have you considered you're a dick?
Destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
The golden bows come from?
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow.
How many duplicates do you have?
Tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
What do you consider a sin?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
The principle is not as easy to apply as it sounds.
For you, perhaps.
Doesn't seem like you've been upholding it either.
Enough. You clearly know nothing.
Hey, that's not how that works, man. How do you know when people sin?
I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their
I do like that
eyes
he's not omniscient, right? So if you turn off the lights in the temple, that's kind of cool.
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
No reason.
Then what an odd question.
Yeah. Seen some terrible things here that you didn't consider a sin. How could you let them happen?
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example?
Yeah, a whole bunch of them.
I've seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others.
It seems like an extremely literal interpretation of the rule.
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language.
The language is full of ambiguity. Doesn't it make the rule inherently subjective and unreliable?
Supposing you are right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
Right, you know it.
Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue.
Shoot, I wanted to ask you more questions.
How dare you threaten her? This ends now.
Sorry, man. Hold on. I gotta do... Let me make a manual save real quick. I want to hear all the other things real quick. I do really like this reveal. It's cool. As common as it is. What's your story? You're a god. You sound like a man. May I see your true form? No, you're some kind of squid man, probably. Let's talk about something else. What is this place? What was the wager you made? Who are your kin? Who built the city? You decide who comes here. How do the humans learn about the Underworld? Just in case it matters that I talked about the other things. Attribute gold. Responsible for destroying all these lives. Where the golden bows come from. How do you know when people sin?
I'm able.
Just want to connect to the statues. What do you consider a sin? Principle's not as easy as sin. Terrible things you didn't consider a sin.
Do you plan?
Suicide. Literal interpretation. Scam.
Ah, the tavern keeper, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
She wouldn't want someone else to sell her hemlock if she thought she was buying a means of escape.
I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game, one she intends to win.
Can't know what she would expect, you're just speculating.
Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation.
Makes you the ultimate
Not
judge
if we're
of that.
wise enough to know the mind of man.
You think you know the minds of other people?
Supposing you're right, then my laws...
I like the idea that you're close
Now
to convincing him. Debt bondage.
You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
Torture of Scintilla? Trapped in a 30-year labor contract because of a loan.
And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily.
I don't know, man, that's pretty fucked. Yeah, right? The whole concept of debt bondage, like slavery, is unethical.
Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. This is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from?
They don't. Okay, I guess this is the answer they'll have me pick here. I think it's kind of odd that they're choosing to not comment on the whole I'm from modern day thing. I wonder if that was a relatively late addition to the story and that we were originally intended to be like a Roman citizen or something. I don't know.
I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt? I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years.
Yeah, fair. It's not the same thing. Experiments on the golden statue.
The midwife in the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
Didn't want to be experimented upon if she was gilded.
The rule is do unto others, meaning other people.
Oh, so
Those
you can harm
statues
animals?
are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine. Applying this rule always requires...
Abduction.
Abduction? You mean the magistrate imprisoning his
Are there any
daughter
other
and sister?
sins I could have picked up to talk
He
to him
did
about
so
here? I
because
guess I
she
didn't
sought
finish
to
the Duli
escape.
side quest.
A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe
Who's
out
being
this
harmed by her?
entire
I guess her
city to
escaping
punish her. Wouldn't you
dooms
agree?
everyone else. It's no wonder people say the gods are cruel.
Do you honestly think you could do better?
No, but that's not the point. Okay.
I should strike you down for that.
If you did, you'd be proving my point.
Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city.
Interesting.
How is this possible?
The video game
Carol,
character.
where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
In the future.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal?
Oh, we're literally back in time. Okay.
Cannot know.
I thought that maybe here on the spaceship that we were in the present still. Hoping you could tell me.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine slumbered for 3,000 years.
Didn't you know this?
Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
Just want to get out of here.
You know far too much now, and would only corrupt the wager. You will remain here as my servant until the wager is won, or the golden rule is broken. It is not open for discussion.
Yeah, I think that's great. The whole idea of gods, like, being supremely powerful beings, but not actually omniscient, omnipotent, or omnibenevolent is really cool. I'll be going now.
Going? Huh. Surely you did not think I would allow you to return to the others and tell them what you've learned here. You know far too much now. You will
put an end to the golden rule.
Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called golden rule?
As for love, you should know the serpent doesn't love you. Yeah, let's not do that. How can you expect us to live without sin if you can't do it yourself? Golden rule is corrupting the city and ensuring you'll never win the wager.
How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
He's become so paranoid, he's jumping at shadows. Aurelia is exploiting people's desperation to escape by selling them hemlock.
He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one.
He's exploiting people.
I admit, I have grown disturbed watching them.
Malleolus has trapped people in debt.
His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that.
Is it possible if I have more examples there? I assume there's still a couple I could have gotten.
That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them.
Punishment is one of the most egregious crimes there is. Positions were reversed.
Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man?
No, maybe we should.
Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights? Of course not, because that would be absurd, just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals.
Is your kind superior to mine?
Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine.
Why does wisdom and technology make you superior?
Because that is the source of our power over you.
You're not obliged to treat us fairly because you're more powerful than us.
You could say that.
Is what the Roman Stoic said? Treat your inferiors as your superior treat you?
My kin have no superiors.
That you know of. Didn't you say Jupiter was your leader?
That is true. Go on.
I feel like very few games have presented argument in a convincing way. You usually, like, convince the other person magically with a persuade check. It's actually, they're doing a decent job with this one, I think. It's still not perfect, obviously, because this isn't how, like, persuasion works, but...
Make your point, mortal.
Can't follow your own rule, how can you expect humans to?
Let me ponder that for a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time
The very thought of it grieves me.
I have been in the wrong. But no, the very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster?
You're a human and you made a mistake.
Wait, what? What are you saying?
Make mistakes. It's in our nature.
You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true,
I like arguing with God at the end. That's cool.
My wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
Because he's a dick. Like all of these except the second one.
A mistake? But he is the best and greatest of us.
Yeah, we'll give him an out. When you took on human form, you took on some human foibles.
Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now.
Aw.
And I cannot deny it any longer.
Poor Satan.
I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite.
I assume there's a couple paths there where you get a couple of right answers. It's just mentioning Proserpina doesn't piss him off.
Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go.
Yeah, show me your squid form.
Of her, of all of you. But know this: if
Silver
I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
That's fine. We weren't going to anyway.
Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
You aggro him, you take Proserpina's crown. Yeah, I saw that and when I reloaded earlier. So threatening him with it just kind of gets him to stand down. Why?
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
Sure.
Farewell, mortal.
Oh, that's clever. I kind of prefer the convincing him one. I think that's more in line with like the philosophy of the game up to this point. But what you're saying is that, oh cool, it's a temple now. That's a way to kind of like force him to do your bidding at that point.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience, and the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
Far-fetched.
I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Can do, Al. Into the river. Closing that up.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on.
I feel like Charon shouldn't have the same dialogue from before. It's mostly redundant from what we just discussed with Hades.
You're back! But... why don't you...
Remember, you're not who you said you were. I remember meeting you 2,000 years ago.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just... I do not enjoy that most people find comfort in familiar... That you died. My role as the servant of the god.
How did I die?
Most... As you...
Just the same as before. Random scuffle.
It means there is nobody else to fear.
What's so special?
Perhaps you have heard... Well...
It's interesting that they didn't change this dialogue. Okay, yes, Pluto mentioned my coin was the last in existence. What does that mean for you?
It means there is nobody else to...
I
see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you.
Kind of lost track of time in there.
What are you going to do if I don't keep it to
myself? There was a tablet
myself?
describing an oracle.
Oh, he looks less stupid now.
Confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And you two look...
Sounds good to...
And you?
Yeah, let's go. One year later. Oh, this is new.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again.
Oh,
After everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet. And I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this.
Because in this timeline, he doesn't know about the time travel stuff.
I'll catch up with you at the other end.
So I didn't tell him it was me. I'm saying the real world. Seems to welcome the other warns. Hey, Galerius.
You're finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over.
they're just in the modern day now? That's funny.
For some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the Underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
You live with yourself these days.
Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Duli, of course.
Yeah.
It's hard work.
That's fine, it's cute.
Every night. I'm finally my own man, and
That'd be tough. Maybe they learn English when they get to the modern day. Maybe you can get pretty far speaking Latin.
I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there.
Come in.
Of course. There's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you. So you better keep moving.
Do you like this trope
We'll speak again
in
soon,
games?
my friend.
Be able to say bye to everybody at the end?
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you.
Does this change based on how much I talk to them in the final loop or something?
So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
They gave them some time and, like, a time tank to, like, think about all this. What are you doing with yourselves?
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family, and Duli too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us.
Yeah.
For all of us.
I guess I could have given a throwaway line about that, but the whole point was that Pluto didn't know about the time loop stuff, so. How's Livia?
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
What's up, Duli?
Hello, I'm Duli. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
What are you doing with yourself?
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
Sorry I never found your treasure.
Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me
It's
a
a
box
video game?
that tells stories. It's my favourite thing.
Right. Story boxes are great, aren't they?
Yeah, they're fun. Bye-bye.
Hi there. You're the Oracle, right?
Sure, we'll say that.
Oh, of course. Sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
Malleolus and Claudia.
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the Underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
You're allowed to feel that way.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Aurelia.
Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called...
Look like you're not going to meet any of the people who sucked.
Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
Hey, she got scammed. Beautiful.
Well, you are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it.
That's pretty hilarious.
I feel better already. Thank you. You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
Hi there.
How are you doing?
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see.
Assume most of them have to change their names, right?
Profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So...
Go with yourself.
I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too, don't be a stranger.
Hey.
Shield.
Evening.
Oh, cute.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you.
What are you doing with yourself?
I'm living up north.
Well, you
I'm
go up to
studying at
Pluto
the
and you're
military
like,
academy in
what's your
Modena.
story?
I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
Sorry I never get to see your girl again.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
Well said.
Thanks.
What happened to your buddy Demetrius?
He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
I kind of like Aurelia, like, getting scammed by a Nigerian prince, but at the same time, I don't know, I feel like I would almost like this better if everybody was here at the end and they came up with some reason how, like, a different set of circumstances and a different set of pressures changed a lot of these people, right? Because I think that's more consistent with the message of the overall game. It makes me sad that the argument seems to be that, well, you know, Malleolus and Aurelia and Demetrius, they all just kind of suck. They were just like shitty people inherently, whether they get back or not, right? And there's a quick line about that with Pluto. He made a comment, something to that effect about virtue.
You're not wrong. And you, farewell.
So it's a minor comment. It's not like actively getting in the way of my enjoyment or anything.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time.
I guess they could probably still punish Sentius.
He's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
Vincentius.
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the Underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
Yeah, I guess I was interpreting it more as like having a harsh, literal interpretation of a rule inevitably creates tyranny. And like having that sort of force system acting upon everyone is going to force people to behave in awful ways. And yeah, like the people who may have been otherwise predisposed to behave awfully because they had the means to do so would be the ones to profit from that. But I don't know, I guess personally and philosophically I would be more interested if it was like, this is a situation that made Malleolus the way he is, or made Aurelia the way she is, and not that they're like inherently garbage people compared to everybody else.
Meh, I try not to think about him at all.
Meh.
You too. See you around.
Georgius.
Hello.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful.
What are you doing with yourself?
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling.
Oh, really?
Perhaps one day.
He did mention wanting to live forever.
Once I have seen
Nice.
all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the Underworld and won.
Consider me there.
You too, my friend.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure.
You're welcome.
I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again.
I like your Flintstone
Even if it's
chic,
just for
Fabia.
one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
Glad you're happy.
Thank you. I really am. You too.
Hermit Philosopher.
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have...
Hello.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Philip, huh?
In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city.
Of course
now
he has a
I'm
bow tie.
living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it.
What are you doing with yourself?
I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
So if he changed his name to start with P, maybe he is Plato. I like that they kept that ambiguous, though.
Some soiree, innit? Ah, hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd
Get
never
an
be
extra
able to
use
sell
out of
those
that laying on a
useless old
couch
relics I
animation.
accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
You're welcome. No need to thank me. It was entirely unintended.
Most gracious of you.
What are you doing with yourself?
I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
Really see the future.
Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
DVD rentals have a bright future. They're all lie.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm going to make a bloody fortune. Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Yeah, right. Almost certain.
Good evening.
Hello there. Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us.
Or last pagan
but
god.
Thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary.
Several other dicks and spaceships
I'll
floating
never
around
forget.
space.
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Nice.
That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us.
Sure.
Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
How you doing, Livia?
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the Underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
What are you doing with yourself?
I'm recovering. Octavia was
Yes, maybe
kind enough
modern
to
day
let me stay with her for a
existence
while.
is less of a nightmare
At
hell
least
world if you have
until I'm
infinite
well
silver.
enough to be independent again.
You might compare it to heaven. Are there any good poems lately?
Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
Well said.
And you. Farewell, friend.
Khabash.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous.
What are you doing with yourself?
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman. And I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
Time to sin. Oh, yeah.
Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
No problem, dude.
We meet again. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. And I wanted to say thanks, and no hard feelings, for leaving me in that cistern when you did. I know it must have been a difficult decision,
Okay, good.
but it was the right one.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in
So it does
Umbria.
keep track of how much you talk to them on the
It's even
final
more
day?
wonderful
Like,
than
do
I
they all
dreamed it would
remember
be.
you?
I'm so grateful to you for
Because she was the only
making
one I
sure he's
interacted
still
with on the
us.
last day, I think.
If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine.
Must have been a lot of work to do that.
Thanks. You too.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius.
The fact that she remembered that from the final loop is interesting to me,
I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake, I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you. You too.
That assassin's super dead, isn't he? Oh, Virgil and Rufius. That's nice.
Hello! It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Wonder if they have, like, they just know you if you only talk to them once in the final loop, versus they know something specific that you did with them in the final loop, versus you just sent Galerius to deal with them.
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there, and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself.
Oh,
he may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Sure.
Nice to meet you.
Pretty much, yeah.
I go by Rufus now.
Right.
New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time.
Guess they all have infinite silver from Charon, so that kind of shapes their perception of it, but...
Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
So you could say it's mostly better. There's a couple little nods when you're arguing about your, like, morality with Sentius early at the beginning of the game, that he points out problems that you still have, so... Definitely isn't coming from a position of, like, the end of history or anything like that, but... That's cool, the plaques are all here. What's up, Al?
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Oh, okay. It's Karen. Could be a regular person now.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
Yeah, I agree. This name.
Allow me to introduce myself properly.
It's more say bye to everybody and know that they all have a good life.
Former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. And now, a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person. And thank you for freeing all these people. And me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
You're whispering all along?
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
Yeah, fair enough. You created the time loop?
I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal.
Oh, wow. That
After
seems
witnessing
pretty nice.
Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath.
Became a Pluto.
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
Very different Persephone from the one in Hades.
Oh, she inherited dominion over the Underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if
she
you
gonna
don't
make a
run into
sequel?
her again.
Forgotten
I
City
imagine
2.
we all will, one day.
Charon Boogaloo.
And you, although it feels like I've known you
Adventures in
forever.
the Holodeck.
Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout
Yeah, I was
the
about to
city?
say, doesn't it kind of suck for everybody else before the Romans?
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend.
Aw, that's nice.
Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the Underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
The canon ending. Cute. Yeah, so I like this game. I thought it was really, really good. It handled the time loop thing really well. The storytelling was solid. The dialogue was generally pretty well written. I liked the way the quests tied in with each other. There were multiple ways to solve things. Like, obviously, Outer Wilds is a tall order, and no one's gonna, do Outer Wilds again. But it kind of gave a similar feeling of exploration and discovery, and it handled the pacing at the beginning of the game really well. Karen just kind of shows up, and then you're going into the city, and you don't know what's going on, and you see the golden statue that hanged itself, and it's don't go through there, you're going to die. It causes you to ask all the right questions in the right order, I think. So I think it handled that really well in a way that a lot of video games tend to fumble. The voice acting was decent. The actual interaction was... I'm surprised that they kept it so Skyrim-like. I don't know if it was just this is what they know, so they kept it the way that it worked in the mod as much as possible. I'm surprised they wouldn't try to go in and remove a lot of that jank, but it felt very Skyrim. After Raker mentioned that makes a lot of sense. I guess I think I would have liked the ending a little bit better if they had handled the bad people a little bit differently, but I see why they didn't, because they were trying to give you this sense of everybody got their just desserts or whatever. So I don't think that that's necessarily the end of the world. But overall, yeah, I dug it. It's good. Outer Wilds is God tier, and this is merely very good. Try to see everything in the order varies by playthrough, but in this there's a bunch of ways to do stuff, so you miss stuff, right? Right, and it works out in Outer Wilds that I think that is kind of part of the genius of that game, is that it's possible to do everything. And I guess you can kind of skip stuff, or you can learn things early and miss the breadcrumbs that were supposed to take you there, but sometimes you still find the breadcrumbs and those remain interesting. So, is it a GMTK video? Okay, I love GMTK. Sweet. I kind of want to hear about how this went from being a mod to being a fully fledged game. It didn't feel amateurish. I guess some of the facial animations were a little janky, and we occasionally had some Skyrim glitches from people pathing around, but I think it was also the perfect length. This game didn't need to be any longer than it was. I don't think it would have been good if it would have been much shorter, though. I kind of am bummed for the people who went in and shot Sentius and then turned the game off when the credits rolled. I feel like they probably should have just called that a bad ending. It doesn't even really feel like ending 1 and ending 2 are alternate endings. They're just kind of less complete endings. But I guess they try to give you a thing that's you can save more people if you do this, so maybe try booting the game back up. I think maybe what they should have done, though, is instead of playing the credits after ending 1 and 2, they should have found a way to reset the loop or something. Yeah, it's true. The walking through, talking to everybody at the end was a little saccharine, but it's fine. Like, you put all this work into all these interactions with these characters. I get it. The, like, Harry Potter, everybody got married and has kids now, perfect ending. It wasn't terribly damaging to the work, I don't think. Oh, that's cool. It's got a Japanese localization. Nice. You can see people being weirded out or turned off by the spaceship ancient aliens twist, but I thought that was cool and handled pretty decently. I was a little confused about how time played into the whole thing, but I guess it made more sense if I was getting there and it was still Roman times when I was talking to Pluto. I guess it also allowed them to avoid talking about any modern day religions. Just stick to religions that nobody actually follows anymore. Dodge some controversy there. I guess he still mentioned Christianity in the game proper, but kind of only in passing. Special thanks to Tom Holland. And I think a lot of the stuff that seemed to be suggesting that the modern day was really great, like in arguing with Sentius about modern day morality, is more meant to demonstrate problems with the past than it is to say how great today is. But I guess it would have been nice if there were a couple lines about, yeah, we don't really have our shit together. Because coming out in 2021 should be pretty clear that our shit isn't all the way together either, you know? And not just in a everybody sins kind of a way either, I think. Hope you enjoyed The Forgotten City. Recommend The Forgotten City to a friend. That's cute. Yes, there are pagans who believe in Egyptian, Roman, Greek gods. Thanks, Leon and Breaker for pooling hours to finish this game up. Thanks this name for being in chat and helping with guiding, finding out where to go, what to do. And everybody else who was here. We'll call it there. That was fun.